Peter, how you doing, sir?
Not bad, man. I was surprised to see Charlie. Architect. So when I stood up and talked about the third floor, I liked the deal because they said Edwin was selected. Because Edwin is to me trying to talk about the building terminology. Said it this way. I made sure the perimeter was studs. So the attic was always classified as a hatch.
Well, I don't know what they're looking for, but Windows 10 doesn't do 3.5 by on its own. You can go into the control panel programs and you turn on Windows features. But if the you check the 3.5 until you go look. I never get lucky, but I found a way. Some guy told you how to do it remote on your machine by itself. So I can send that information to you guys if you want to try it. That's only if it's Windows 10. Windows 7 has it embedded in it. Well, the company might have said something to you, but sometimes depends on who you get as a tech. Sorry. Good, yourself,
Hey.
ladies?
Good, good. I see you in my PowerPoint. That's
Yep.
not Chris. I saved it from Google to through the slides to PowerPoint. Can I just check the formatting, because sometimes the numbers don't line up.
I punched through the slides. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing with the
I
slides.
tend to try to just make sure so we're not getting any hidden surprises. But I'll tell you, going from like a Mac to that. You want me to keep? Sorry. I thought you said it's good. That's okay. I know a couple worked. Now the way this is set up, this is in presentation mode. So when you look at here, the slides on your left, and on the right's any of your notes. Yeah. I just tell two people too. Remember, these used to be public. Oh, that's right. I did see that, but I didn't know what that one was. It's all in the slideshow.
It's the footprint, not side. Footprint.
Yeah, no problem. Set the people's accounts. teasing up.
highest point on
Use the high positive.
Yes, yes.
what
Try to. A lot of stuff building
average
doesn't help.
topography
Helps if I enable it anyway.
of your entire premises.
Yeah, the third power office 2003. Yeah, we'll open.
Whichever one.
What's
Hi.
you? Oh, I'm gonna give this right back to you.
Michelle Bertram, who's not actually a member, but is a member of the school, will sit with us during the discussion of the school budget.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep,
Thank
no
you very
problem.
much.
Yeah.
Town manager back as a spreadsheet.
Hello. How are you doing?
That was in the handout.
I know.
Squeeze by you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. Did you, grab it? Myself any stress.
There you go.
Do what I'm told to do. I'm in charge. Is your phone in good shape?
Moderately good shape.
Do
My-
you have the same type of?
Yeah, but my phone's broken. That's part of the problem.
Well, I have two.
Okay.
So this, I could,
Okay.
you could use that one. Thanks, you know, I do yoga. I'm good. Yeah.
What about
Oh, good. All right, sounds good then. Thank you. Okay, I will, absolutely.
about is 13 off? Do you know? Free cash to the police detail fund. No. Okay. Okay.
You knocking some off?
She's adding. She's adding. Yeah.
The dollar amount. That's okay. Excellent. Terrific. Okay.
It's a good idea. Thank you. Hi.
Yes. If you wanted to, my assistant could swear you in right now, out at the front. Otherwise, we can catch you at town hall anytime. Thanks. Sure, my ringer is off.
You must have 100 people on it.
Want me to go find out?
I could do that. I'll do it. How are you, Mr. Whitehead? How are you?
And a precinct one. We have 7 and 1.
What percent you break?
Whatever you want to. You know, I mean, we don't have to do it
Yeah.
at any set time.
Right.
Although the Girl Scouts are there, so whatever you think is
Okay.
usually what, 8:45?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, 8:30, 8:45. So if they get here by 8:30, they won't miss anything. We're not going to break before 8:30. Probably be closer to 8:45.
The meeting will come to order and the town meeting members will take their seats. I'm informed that we have a quorum and we are ready to proceed. We will begin our meeting as we always do by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We will return this evening to Article 3, which we postponed to this time certain. We will take a break somewhere in the 8:30 to 8:45 period, at which time we will have precinct meetings for precincts 7 and 1. So this brings us to Article 3. Article 3 has been amended by a gray sheet that was on the table there. It is on gray paper and labeled revised. And the changes to Article 3 from that set forth in the motion booklet were that originally in Section 3 there was an exception for construction performed by a property owner on his or her own property and not for compensation. That exception has been deleted in the motion as presented tonight. Additionally, in Section 4, exceptions, 4.1 has been streamlined in a manner in which the exemptions shall no longer be issued by the police department, but by the Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So the gray sheet. Oh, okay. So one half of the gray sheet you should ignore, the half that I just read. And the motion as presented by the proponent, and I apologize for the confusion, now contains the exception for work to be performed by a property owner, and the exceptions have been streamlined in Section 4. We'll rely on the proponents to articulate any other changes as they elude me at the moment. As I understand it, the amendments were brought about in consultation with the Board of Selectmen and Town Council in a way that was designed to streamline the article and make it in conformance with other articles before the town. So this brings us to Article 3. Under Article 3, it's moved and seconded that the town add Chapter 23 to the Code of Bylaws as follows. It says set forth on one side of the gray sheet. On behalf of the article of proponents, Ms. Johnson.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm going to start by just saying that it's confused me too. I'm sorry, you can't hear me? I'm going to start just by saying this confused me too, but if you look to the part where it says construction, where it says definition, wait, let me go back. Now I'm confused again.
Let's do it this way. There's two sides to this piece of paper. On one side,
Yeah.
there's a heading that says Town of Winchester, and on the other side, there is no heading.
Right.
So the article that we're looking at is the one that has no heading, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
And under definition, the last part will be not for compensation. So that is the new version. I hope that helps.
So on the gray sheet, the first page says Town of Winchester 2018 Annual spring town meeting. That is the reprint of what we saw originally. You can ignore that. The motion that's before the meeting is the motion on the back side without a heading.
Okay. So this is Article 3 construction bylaw, and the purpose of it is to allow the town of Winchester to establish reasonable limitations to the hours of construction in order to lessen the impact of construction on its citizens and their quality of life. And this is a line that I have read over and over and over again in the last 6 weeks since I originally started researching this topic. Because most of the towns and cities in our immediately surrounding area have these bylaws or ordinances already. And their concern, you read Cambridge's bylaw, it says, we live in one of the most dense areas in cities around Massachusetts, and we would like to lessen the impact of noise and other, vibrations and things on our citizens. And then there's a list of their 10 or 12 ordinances. So, this is my first PowerPoint. We'll see how I do. So the impact of construction. Now, I know that there was previously at one of the town meetings in the last couple of years, a very long noise ordinance that encompassed many different decibel levels and monitoring, and it was at that time, it was not carried forth. Noise is one of the major issues that we have with construction. But there are other issues as well. We're talking about the noise from the equipment and the trucks, equipment meaning the table saws and everything that goes along with it, and the workers, sometimes also with the music that the workers play. But you also have traffic noise. You have the delivery trucks, the lumber delivery, the dumpsters delivery, the dump trucks that are excavating, taking the excavated materials away. You have visual, and I say lights. I don't know if any of you have experienced them setting up 10-foot extension halogen lights around the entire exterior of a house so they can continue to put the clapboard on until 9 o'clock at night, but that's what we've experienced in my neighborhood. Air pollution from trucks and generator exhaust. When you're excavating these properties, we've had 2 dump trucks lined up at all times and rotating continuously for days on end while they're idling there to take away the excavated materials from the tear down and also the foundation work, the digging the foundation. We also, when you have a tear down, there's no electricity for months. The house next door to us that just got torn down, the beginning happened on December 6th. That's when they started taking down the house. We just got electricity installed to that house this week. So we're talking about months of 12 hours or more of generators going, which they move the generators around the property, so depending on how close you are to your property line, it could be 15 feet from your side of your house. So not only do you have the noise from that, but you also have this wonderful air pollution that's going on from it, where on a nice day like today, you can't open your windows because it's not just the noise, you're gonna get all that diesel exhaust in. Vibration, when they're using pile drivers or they're using just regular diggers to dig into these ledge-filled and rock-filled sites that we have. Strangers in the neighborhood, I hesitate a little bit to say that. I don't want people to think we're being hysterical, but when you want your kids to go out and play at night and ride their bikes around, sometimes you're a little hesitant when you have 5 or 6 different trucks full of strangers in the neighborhood instead of just the typical neighborhood that you're expecting. And I finally wanted to make the point that it occurred to me one day when I was sitting here that I'm now living in an industrial zone, that I live in a very residential zone. We live abutting the town forest. It's a very, very quiet area of Winchester. But we have had continuous construction, and I'm not exaggerating, for years now, where it's one house after another. And between them, when you think about industrial zones, you're talking about storing equipment, storing materials. We have lumber outside. We have heavy machinery outside. We have all the noise and things that come along with that. So how are we currently protected from construction activities in Winchester? Well, we virtually are not protected in any way. The one thing that we have going for us is the Massachusetts Blue Laws. The Massachusetts General Law Blue Laws still are in existence. And I wanted to go over this a little bit because several people had approached me and said that they didn't exist anymore. They do for non-retail businesses. In general, you cannot work on Sunday, and that includes construction crews. There are some exemptions to that, but overall, you cannot unless you have a special permit or something like that going on, or an emergency situation. And then, of course, some holidays are legal holidays that you're not allowed to have construction going on. Well, unfortunately, this doesn't prohibit people from coming. They still come on Sundays, at least next door to our house, and down the street they do. But part of that is something we have to take into consideration in terms of this overall law. So aspects of the bylaw. So aspects of the rules that you see are, in terms of the times and things, are straight from the state law. They're not something that we're trying to concoct here. They're straight out of that blue law. Winchester does not have any kind of nuisance law. We have a, in quotation marks, nuisance law. I talked to the different shift commanders and several of the different police officers. They observe a general gentleman's agreement, is how they put it, that between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., you cannot disturb the peace. They will go to the property if you call and ask people to to stop whatever they're doing that's disturbing people around them. But they do not have any fine schedule for this because it doesn't actually really exist. And they also said unless it's an extreme situation, they will not arrest anybody because, as they were told to me, quote unquote, it'll just get thrown out of court. There's no reason for it. And we're not looking for people to be arrested for doing construction either. That's not the end point. But the point is just that that's it. We don't have anything except for relying on the blue laws. And blue laws, incidentally, are designed to help people not be forced to work on Sunday. So they're really not made to protect us from having to deal with these businesses. They're to protect workers so that they do not have to go to work on Sunday. Did I miss something here? No. Okay, so how do other towns protect their citizens? They have noise ordinances and bylaws that deal with different construction times. Some are very, very specific that go on for pages and pages. In Arlington, you can find leaf blower laws, which I'm sure a lot of people appreciate. In other towns, they just have very, very general laws. Medford is one of the most general, that just talks about the general hours of running any kind of business, factory, anything to do that produces, that would irritate other citizens in the area. Some just give times, and that's all they have, which is very similar to what I'm proposing. And nearby towns with ordinances and bylaws: Arlington, Bedford, Belmont, Boston, Burlington, Cambridge, Lexington, Malden, Medford, Melrose, Newton, Somerville, Waltham, Woburn. So there's a lot in our area. And this is one of the issues that I'm concerned about, is that if you can do construction up to a certain time in all the neighboring towns, well, if you are the type of construction worker that wants to have a crew working as many hours as possible, send them to Winchester, because you can work here until technically 11 o'clock at night before the police might come and ask you to stop. So this is the definition as per the bylaw, the proposed bylaw, I should say. I won't read through the whole thing, but the bottom line is that we're proposing 7 to 6 Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 on Saturdays. The no constructions permitted on Sundays or holidays except where permitted by state law. And when that is permissible, it's going to be from 9 to 5. So if you did have an emergency situation which allowed an exemption on Sunday, you could work from 9 to 5. So that doesn't give you full day on Sunday to work, but just certain hours. Currently, it's possible to work 96 hours per week if you're going by our gentleman's agreement. And believe me, we've almost experienced that next door to our house. The new restrictions are going to restrict you down to 63 hours per week. Now, one of the things I did when I was researching this, I'm a physical therapist, by the way. This is completely out of my wheelhouse. But I talked to Dunleavy Construction. I talked to a couple of different people in the business to see, is this really outside of what you would find acceptable? The woman from Dunleavy laughed at me and said, I'm lucky I can get our guys to work past 3 o'clock. Sometimes when it's raining out, they might go till 5 o'clock, and that's really pushing it. So she's like, no, this is, I was a little worried about how the construction companies might take this, but the established construction companies in our area that I spoke to did not have any issue with this whatsoever, and that's all I can say about that. Exceptions. There's a list of exceptions. There's more details than I have here. But obviously, if you have to restore public utilities, if there's a storm or something that takes down a traffic accident, like what happened over by the Dairy Barn the other day, obviously you're allowed to work, and and repair the utilities to get the public utilities back up. Emergency situations, if a tree falls on your house and you need to work on that house to make sure that you're not going to have further loss because of water damage or things like that coming into the roof, then that's an exception. If for some reason there's a concern about loss or issues with injury, obviously that's an exception. There are, through the blue laws, they have specific exceptions listed. Some of them include public inconvenience, serious suffering, loss, or damage if you cannot do the work on those other times. It includes things like military defense. If you have to leave and run to the defense of your country, then you are allowed to do your work ahead of time. So some of the things like public inconvenience, if you were bringing in a piece of equipment or something and you wanted to try to avoid the major times that it was going to come through the road, you could ask for an exception and say, can I bring this in the evening so that we're not coming right through Main Street and disturbing traffic? So that's the type of thing we're talking about. And
Ms. Johnson, your time has expired. Would you like more time?
Yes.
How much time do you need?
About 10 minutes, is that okay?
You know what?
5?
We'll go with 3. Just,
Okay,
so
sorry.
we have the written material in front
Okay,
of us.
I
So
will skip. I didn't know there was time limits.
so it's hold on just a sec. So it's moved and seconded. The speaker's time be expended by 3 minutes. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
Sorry about that. I'm going to skip then the blue laws, but those are the blue laws for anyone who doesn't know about them. Those are all set in stone. If you want to work on your own property on Sundays, that's the reason why it says that you can work on your own property without compensation. That's specifically to avoid any flippers. We've had flippers come into our neighborhood saying, we own the house, so we can work all day on Sundays. So that's that. Construction definitions, we're trying to avoid loopholes. So there are works there that do not require a permit, such as site preparation, clearing the site, cutting down the trees, so you can't say permitted things. We also cannot go into commercial things because sometimes the construction companies hire non-commercial people. And interior work does require generators. It sometimes requires outside table saws and noises like that. We had 5 days straight of blown-in insulation, which means the truck was outside with the motor running the entire time for 5 days. Penalties are straightforward. This is my most important one. This is my neighborhood. So at the top of the screen, you see West Chardon Road. The road on the left is Grove Street. On the bottom, you have Sussex, and on the right would be the town forest. So this is where I live, right where the little red dot is. This is the construction that we've been dealing with. My husband, Eric Shank, and I bought our house 25 years ago in Winchester. All the green dots represent new construction that happened mostly between 10 and 20 years ago. Briarwood Road was created, Hastings up there. So not only did we have new construction, but also a tremendous amount of road construction. The purple dots are teardowns. I'm sorry, the red dots are teardowns that we've had mainly in the last 5 years. They've been pretty much continuously. So those are, private people who are purchasing the property, tearing it down, and starting from scratch. The purple is major construction. We have a lot of ranches and small colonials and split entries in our neighborhood. So these are all houses that were brought up another story that had an L, a wing attached to the back. So we're talking about major construction. This map does not include any minor construction, any, interior construction. This is just the really big stuff that lasted for months, maybe up to a full year, depending on the construction. And as you can see, all around us, there's really not a lot more to do immediately to our abutters. We've had it all. But I did not want other people to have to go through what we're going through. As we get more and more construction companies coming into our area, we get flyers on almost a weekly basis in our area asking to buy our house, and we want to buy, any houses in your neighborhood. And also, town meeting had talked about how there's so many new changes coming, and they've had to make a lot of zoning laws to try to address some of these people that want to add gigantic houses to small areas. The bottom line is that we're not trying to stop construction. Not at all. We're just trying to put reasonable limitations on it so that at night we can go outside and eat outside our homes and not have to deal with this literally for months and months and months on end. It has been continuous with us for about 3 to 4 years right now. We've always had construction in our neighborhood. So it's not a temporary problem. That has been some of the comments I got. Just deal with it. It's just a temporary thing. It's not temporary, and I don't see it changing anytime soon.
Thank you very much.
So,
Yeah, quick questions. Motion comes before the town meeting as previously read and presented. Further on the motion, Mr. Conti. So just a point of order here this evening, there are no hand mics, so you'll need to either come to the microphones at the end of each aisle or the microphone at the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members. I don't doubt that the proponent has suffered from construction noise and other problems that have plagued her neighborhood. However, I'd like to point out some problems that this proposal presents us with. Number one, it's over-inclusive. The problems, despite the fact that construction has been going on in this particular neighborhood for 3 or 5 years, at some point it's going to end. And there aren't going to be, construction doesn't go on continuously forever. Those buildings that are built will, in all likelihood, last for 50 years before anything else happens to them. This is not a town-wide problem. I had construction in my neighborhood that lasted over almost a year, where an old wreck of a building took forever to be taken up and reconstructed. But now we have a nice new building in the area that's improved the neighborhood. And if we had this type of an ordinance, a bylaw, excuse me, on our books, the construction would take even longer because you're restricting the time that the construction can take place. It also would affect interior construction, which usually doesn't require generators, and that would also be banned. The longer the construction takes, the more expensive it's going to be. We all complain about the high cost of housing. Well, restricting the time in which the construction can take place inevitably will increase the cost of construction. And those generators that the proponent mentioned, if you restrict the hours, they're going to be there more days. The proponent also told us that all the construction companies that she talked to in the area tell us that they can't get their people to work past 3 o'clock. If that's true, why is there a problem here? I just don't understand it. And these burdens, everything has a cost attached to it. And it escapes me why we can't put up with a little bit of noise in our neighborhood for a short period of time, which is the normal situation. This is not a typical situation. It's unfortunate in this particular neighborhood that there has been an excessive amount of construction, but that's not the typical situation. But this bylaw would impose this burden throughout the entire town, most of which does not suffer from excessive amounts of construction and disturbance of the neighborhood. So I would say that we should think twice about this and vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Further on the question? Yes, ma'am.
Sherry Winkleman, Precinct 8. I have a question about the actual implementation of the bylaw as written, and so I'm not quite sure who the question is best answered by. But under the definition for construction, it says, except that performed by property owner and not for compensation. Would that exclude, say, a son or daughter coming over and working on the weekend for the parent, because that wouldn't likely be for compensation? And then my second question is, how is the police department, if they are called in for a violation, supposed to determine ownership and whether there is compensation being paid?
Thank you very much. And Ms. Winkleman's comments remind me that I've somehow neglected to ask for a recommendation from the select board. So let's do that in this order. If we could just get a response to those questions. I don't know if town council, the select board, or Mr. Betancourt, on behalf of the Select Board.
The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article by a vote of 4-1, and I think Town Council, Mr. Markarius, is going to respond to the questions from Ms. Winkleman.
Thank you. Mr. Mercorius, Town Council.
Thank you. Certainly the intent of it was to allow for a property owner who's not paying for a repair. So son or daughter, that situation would be not for compensation. In terms of the police department or anybody else enforcing, this is done through the non-criminal disposition bylaw, so there isn't a ticket issued on the spot. It would go through issuing the penalty, and so you would have time to look to see the property owner and just and see that. I think the anticipation from the proponent is that this would be used and calls would be made when there is an issue and you see that there is a company working on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mercorius. Further on the question? Yes, Mr. D'Ambrosio.
Manny D'Ambrosio, Precinct 6. One thing you were talking about was starting construction at 7 o'clock in the morning, through you.
Certainly.
Was to start construction at 7 o'clock. Typically in construction, what you have is idling time with trucks waiting for 7 o'clock to start in the area, and such that they can start construction at 7, and that idling time could be significantly before 7 because the clock starts at 7. You're silent in that area. Is that by design, or is it something that you want to consider?
And the town meeting member's question to Ms. Johnston is whether or not you've contemplated in proposing the article, whether you would allow workers to gather prior to 7, getting ready for the day, or whether your intent was to prevent anybody from showing up on the job site until 7. Ms. Johnson.
Again, the main reason for the 7 o'clock time, when we talked about in the, let me see if I can get back to it. We talk about here, we get into the, where is it? I can't find it quickly, but we get into the site preparation. Otherwise, we don't want people coming in beforehand and setting up scaffolding and setting up other, dropping off materials and doing things like that. We were trying to close the loopholes is the bottom line. But in terms of arriving, I don't think there's any way to say to somebody, you cannot park on the street before 7 o'clock in the morning. You can't be, there's no legal limitations to being on site. At that time, so I can't see that being any issue. The only issue that we had in terms of that was we don't want you arriving before 7 o'clock in the morning to start unloading equipment and things, because that essentially defeats the purpose of the bylaw.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Mercorius had some additional commentary with respect to that point. Mr. Mercorius, Town Council.
Just to clarify, one of the prohibited activities, or a set of prohibited activities, would include assembly, preparation, or mobilization for any of the other activities on the site. So arriving, unloading trucks, doing any of that would have to start no earlier than 7 on weekdays or 9 a.m. on weekends.
You can have your breakfast sandwich, but you can't start working. Yes, Ms. Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A question to either Town Council or the proponent about the penalties. I thank you for the presentation and all the homework and so forth. I'm inclined to be supportive, but I do have a question about the penalties. Is that per project or per contractor? So if a contractor violates it on one project and then later does so on is the second offense tied to the project or tied to the contract?
Thank you. Mr. Mercorius? And the town meeting member's question is, if you violate it on the site the second time for a second offense, the fine would be $200. And the town meeting member's question is, what if you don't, the violation is not on the same job site, but at another job site in town? Would you be starting over, reset at $100, or would it apply to you as the contractor?
It's each day per new violation. The violator would be the contractor, so I would interpret that to be the contractor. And I think that's consistent with how other bylaws that are enforced through this process would be. For instance, your solicitation bylaw, it's not just per solicitation, it'd be per the entity doing the soliciting.
So you would not get to restart the clock and get a free $100 having already incurred the fine. Further on the question? Yes, ma'am.
Mary McKenna, Precinct 3. I'm also an architect here in town and have a business in the town center for 28 years. And I've been hiring through my clients contractors in town. And on all my jobs, I tell the contractors they cannot start before 7 and they have to leave the job site by 3. And they're not to idle outside of the property. And many contractors are very used to this and very comfortable with it. And it gets written into a lot of contracts with the owner. So this is not something new. This is something they're very familiar with, and I would urge everyone to vote yes.
Thank you, Ms. McKenna. Ms. Montgomery?
So I just wanted to reiterate also that this is the industry standard, is that it's 7 to 3 if for construction, specifically residential construction. So extending the hours from 7 to 6 is well within that. The other reason some of the hours are set typically to 7 to 3 is not because workers won't get there, but it also has to do with OSHA regulations for safety. It also has to do with bonds and insurance requirements that they have to meet. So when a lot of the people who are breaking these are not meeting the actual industry standards for what needs to be done on those sites for safety, so it not only does it help with the noise, there also is support for it in the industry because it makes it safer sites and less accidents are prone to happen on them when they are only working those hours. And since I had a couple questions also with that. The Board of Health mentioned in their presentation that they changed the dumpster hours, and dumpsters, I believe, follow under the definition under construction. Does that mean they didn't define what the dumpsters were going to be, the new hours that they set for when dumpsters could be? But I'm hoping they fall under this and that the dumpster pickups and drop-offs will fall under this time frame, but I'm looking for town council to clarify that component of it.
Town meeting member 2, Mr. Macarius, town council, would the setting up and removal of dumpsters fall under the definition of construction? Mr. Macarius.
I would view it under this bylaw. I haven't seen that particular regulation you're referring to, Ms. Von Mering, but that'll be part of site or building preparation, the taking on and off of things from the site.
So to go back to the town, so then the dumpsters, which are directed by the Board of Health, would then need to pick this up to let the select board know to get the Board of Health to, if this passes, to get the dumpsters time schedules also to reflect these hours as well. And I would, as someone who's in this industry, in the construction industry, I am in deep favor of this article. It does not hurt any of my crews. They do not work in this town, but we do work in the greater Boston region, and this is well within the limits of what I expect my crews to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further on the question? Yes, Mr. Nixon. Another architect heard from.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We're well represented tonight. As I studied this article, which I'm also inclined to support, I actually was thinking about our major school projects and other major municipal projects. Think of street work, bridge work, flood mitigation work. Think of the fourth culvert we put in on the other side of the tracks. And I just want to be sure we don't do a good thing badly. And so as I look at section 4.1, which establishes who the arbiter is of special permissions, and it identifies the police department, fine folks, but I am somewhat skeptical that the police chief or his designee participates in the drafting of RFPs, that they're there at the table when bids are open or when contracts are executed with contractors. I am reminded of the great professionals we have in both the building department and the engineering department. And I have some concern that some of our major projects, think for a moment about the heavy equipment that's actually on the roof of this building,
They came in late at night simply because that was the efficient or economical way to do it. That's how the contractor bid it. And it was done without much pain or circumstance. So I would suggest that it might be more appropriate if we expand, Mr. Moderator, who the arbiters are of this special permission, and therefore I rise to make a motion to amend Section 4.1 such that it would read, where an exemption from this bylaw has been allowed by the police department, building department, and/or the engineering department for necessary construction that could not be performed on any other day without serious suffering, loss, damage, or public inconvenience. Any such permission shall cover not more than 1 day and may include reasonable terms and conditions. The police department, building commissioner, and/or town engineer shall have discretion over the issuance of such permissions. So, Mr. Moderator, I rise to make that motion with the belief that both our building commissioner and town engineer are best able to judge the issues of public inconvenience and some of the matters that might pertain to specific large municipal or school projects.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Motion to amend having been made, is there a second? We'll now proceed to debate the motion to amend. On the motion to amend, Mr. Betancourt and Ms. Johnson, I'll allow you to speak to the motion to amend as well.
Sorry, this is where I got a little fast with my PowerPoint before. I don't know if this is going to address all your issues, Mr. Nixon, but let me bring to your attention. 4.4 was put in specifically for municipal projects. For instance, this high school, I was well aware that because it was under construction while the kids were here, certain heavy work could not be done while kids were on site. We have the new project coming in the middle school. That's going to be the same situation. So that's why we added, at the town manager's discretion, construction by the town of Winchester or anybody acting under the town of Winchester, their contracts would be exempt from the rules of this. And again, originally I have to say that the Board of Selectmen added this clause without at the town manager's discretion, and I was concerned that it looked a little bit like the town was above the law, above the bylaw. So I asked them, is there a way that we can, have this so that not every project is allowable for the town to do whenever, whatever hours they would like it to be done under. So that was where we came from with that.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. On the motion to amend, Mr. Betancourt, Chairperson of the Select Board.
And the other reason really was we were still trying to get the town manager to stay, and giving him this power, hopefully additional power would do that. And we're still working on it, but I think that's right. And when we looked at this article, really the town engineer and the building department, they report to the town manager, so we felt that that conversation was appropriate to have at that higher level and not create further confusion and not create further exceptions, to be honest with you. So, and again, I didn't have an opportunity to thank Ms. Johnson before for the excellent work here. We really didn't get involved until a couple of exceptions that we added in the end, and creating further confusion by printing this on two pieces of, on one single piece of paper. So I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work and effort on her part here. It's really pretty exemplary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. On the motion to amend, Town Council, Mr. Macarius. Mr. Macarius.
Thank you. Just two additional notes on that. There already mentioned the town manager having the say on town projects. The reason for the choice for the police department is it also tracks state law. There's a special permission that is required for Sundays. So if this amendment passes, you just should be clear that to do work on Sundays, you would still need police department permission. So that's part of the reason that tracks state law. For most people, there are special exceptions for those who observe the Sabbath on Saturdays, can work on Sundays.
Thank you, Mr. Macarius. On the motion to amend, Mr. Rico. Okay.
Sorry, I was unclear before, but the board, by a vote of 4 to 1, would be opposed to this change, this amendment.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Deering.
Mr. Moderator, just a question on enforcement. It's very clear if there was a complaint filed, the police department would come and respond and take whatever necessary action is needed. But if there is no complaint, are we expected the police department to be a code enforcement going around checking these sites to see whether they have permits or not?
Steering, and so I'm going to permit that question, but I'll remind the town meeting that we're just trying to get through the motion to amend at the moment. So Mr. Deering's question is, although the police department can be expected to respond to complaints, is the police department supposed to become a code enforcement agency by regularly reviewing job sites and reporting? Ms. Johnson, as a proponent, you certainly can respond to that question.
The way that the enforcement's set up is that it'll be the building, anyone at the building department or the police department. The police department aspect is really referring back to that blue law again that I kind of went quickly through. That's how it's set up in terms of the state law. So the bottom line is that a lot of these violations that happen relatively quickly. Sometimes people will come at 6:30 in the morning. By the time you can get someone there at 7 o'clock and they're already gone. The overall hope of this is to just establish the basic rules and regulations, giving some time limits and saying to the contractors, this is when you can legally work in our town. Right now there's none. So we're hoping that the overwhelming aspect of this is saying this is what the rules are, please obey them. And if there's someone who's consistently violating them, going to the building inspector or going to the police, if that's a situation, then that will be how it plays out. Is that, I don't know if that answers everything or if you have more to add.
Don't invite him to talk. So this is on the motion to amend Mr. Nixon's motion to add, Mr. Conti on the motion to amend.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Nixon's amendment is very well taken. It's not only, but however, it's not only town buildings or town construction projects that we have to be concerned about. The police, I don't think, have the expertise to be deciding construction questions. So exceptions we need to have the building department, people who have expertise in the subject of construction, making decisions on exceptions, not just on municipal projects. The same logic applies to everyone, to any kind of construction project. And frankly, I don't think the chief of police is going to want to have to develop a new expertise in construction. And one other point, I don't think we should be asking the proponent what her intentions are. What governs is the language that we adopt, not what the proponent tells us her intentions are, with all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. On the motion to amend, Mr. Ferguson.
If there's a difference of opinion between the engineering department, the police department, and the other department, whose opinion would hold weight if they disagree?
And the town meeting member's question is if there was a disagreement, and I think the answer to that is under Mr. Nixon's amendment, any of the three entities could grant an exemption. So if the engineering department granted the exemption, the police department and the building department were not in favor of the exemption, they'd need to just hold on to that resentment and add it on to whatever else they're carrying around. So speaking of resentment, this brings us to the motion to amend, Mr. Nixon's motion to amend the motion by adding to the exemption authorities, in addition to the police department, the building and engineering department. Only on the motion to amend, a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion fails. Mr. Conti, for what purpose do you rise? Is there a second? We're going to appoint some tellers. Ms. Savage, if you could count your section, and the Board of Selectmen. Mr. McIntyre, if you could count your section through Ms. Dolan. Ms. Boney, if you could count your section. And Mr. Deering, if you could count your section and the Finance Committee. So if the tellers could please rise, raise your right hand. Do you swear that you'll provide an honest and accurate account to this town meeting and report the same to the chair? Thank you very much. So this comes on the motion to amend by adding engineering and building to the exemption granting authorities. All those in favor of amending the motion in that manner, please rise and the tellers will count. 12, 8, 9, 14. All those opposed to the motion to amend, please rise and the tellers will count. $14, 17, 34, 32. $140 members of the town meeting having voted, 43 in the affirmative, 97 in the negative. The motion to amend fails. This brings us to the main motion, now as presented without amendment. Majority vote required. All those in favor of the motion as presented? What purpose do you rise for, Mr. Rico? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A concern that I have about Article 3 relates to the job of painting. That's a field where the contractors have a limited time for painting because of the weather. They're not painting in the winter or when it's raining. So I think it's an unfair burden. It's a task that is not a noisemaker, so I'd be inclined to make a motion to add as an exemption painting.
Are you making the motion?
I am making a motion
Okay.
to add as an exemption painting.
The speaker makes a motion to exempt from the definition of construction painting. Is there a second? Motion's been seconded. On the motion to amend by, in the definition of construction, adding the words, but not to include painting. On the motion to amend, Mr. Jarius.
D. of Jarius, Precinct 8. Some painting is done with spray equipment, which requires compressors. If we're going to exempt painting, then we should make sure we only exempt the quiet form of painting.
All right. You start out asking how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, and you end up debating whether or not pinheads can dance. Mr. Jarius makes the question about, his question goes to the point of noisy painting versus quiet painting. Yes, Ms. McKenna.
Not only are there compressors for the paint itself, but there's compressors for when they wash the house. So painting is now a pretty noisy event with scaffolding and ladders as well. So,
Thank you, Ms. McKenna. So on the motion to amend as presented by Mr. Arrico to exempt from the definition of construction the act of painting, all those in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The motion to amend fails. This brings us back to the main motion under Article 3. Under Article 3, it's moved and seconded that the town add to the Code of Bylaws, Chapter 23, as set forth on the back side without the heading of the gray sheet in front of us. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion passes. Article 3 is passed. Ms. Johnson, very well done. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This brings us to Article 10. Under Article 10, brought by the town manager, it's moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to take certain actions with respect to the lease, sale, conveyance, release, or otherwise dispose of any interest in the portion of the land located at 22 Highland Ave in the town, all as set forth on page 17 of the motion booklet in the paragraphs numbered A and B. Article 10, brought by the town manager. On behalf of Article 10, town manager, Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On behalf of the board, we would ask that this particular article be postponed until Thursday evening.
It's moved and seconded that the consideration of Article 10 be postponed to a time certain, that time certain being the start of the meeting on Thursday, May 10th. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's indefinitely postponed. This brings us to Article 11. Article 11, also brought by the town manager, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to lease, sell, convey, release, or otherwise dispose of any interest, property, and land located at Waterfield Road in the town, all as set forth with particularity on page 19 of the motion booklet. On behalf of Article 11, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If I could speak to both this one and Article 12, it is the board's intention to indefinitely postpone both of these articles until a later date, potentially fall town meeting. In the meantime, the board could go about seeking responses to requests for proposals on both of these locations, but under the article as it was drafted, it's clear that it asks for the authority to sell. The board would not be looking to be able to do that at this particular time, but it may put out an RFP to find out if there are interested parties in either of one or both of the locations.
Thank you very much. It's moved and seconded that Article 11 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Any opposed? 11 is indefinitely postponed. Article 12, under Article 12, it's moved and seconded that Article 12 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Any opposed? Article 12 is indefinitely postponed. This brings us to Article 13. Under Article 13, brought by the town manager, it's moved and seconded that the town transfer the sum of $70,756 from free cash to the police detail fund. On behalf of Article 13, the town manager.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. For many years, our kind of end-of-the-year balance sheet has carried as uncollected whatever detail amounts that have been authorized by the police department, but because of one reason or another from the parties that have been requesting the details, money has not been collected. The Audit Advisory Committee has recommended that we try to clear this particular balance sheet activity up and write off the amount of money that we think is totally uncollectible at this point. These uncollectibles stretch back to a period of 10 to 12 years. So it's in the estimation of both the treasurer, the comptroller, myself, and the police department that this is the amount that probably cannot be recovered. Again, almost $1 million worth of activity in a given year, and this goes back over 10 to 12 years. So we're proposing that this amount be written off in this particular Springtown meeting, and that will help us clear up our end-of-the-year balance sheet for this activity.
Thank you very much. May we have a recommendation for the Finance Committee? Ms. Allison, it's chairperson.
Finance Committee votes favorable action. As the town manager mentioned, this has been an audit cleanup item, so we support having it done.
May we have a recommendation from the Select Board? Mr. Bettencourt.
The Select Board recommends favorable action.
Motion comes before the town meeting on Article 13 as previously presented. Mr. Conti. Mr. Conti asked a question of the town manager, which is would it be possible for the town to start collecting advance payments from contractors requiring police detail and others so that we don't run into this problem in the future? In response to Mr. Conti's question, Mr. Howard.
An excellent point, Mr. Conti, and we are in fact now doing that. So in addition to studying this particular issue, we've changed the policy so that the police department in all cases is attempting to collect the detail monies up front.
Thank you very much. Motion under Article 13 is previously presented to the town meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 14. Under Article 14, brought by the town manager and the Finance Committee, there are 5 motions. Motion number 5 has been slightly amended by increasing the amount. I'll present the motions as a whole and then allow debate on the motions as a group. So under Under Article 14, under motion number 1, it's moved and seconded that the town appropriate $180,287 from free cash to the fiscal year 2018 Department of Public Works Snow and Ice Personal Services budget, account number 0141711. On motion 2, it's moved and seconded the town appropriate $103,882 from free cash to fiscal year 2018 Department of Public Works Snow and Ice expense budget, account number 0141712. Motion number 3, moved and seconded the town appropriate $13,102 from free cash to the fiscal year 2018 Department of Public Works Snow and Ice capital budget, account 0141713. Motion number 4, moved and seconded the town appropriate $50,000 from free cash to the fiscal year 2018 legal budget, account 0115102. Motion number 5. And motion number 5 is presented, it differs slightly from that presented in the book, and the difference is that the appropriation is no longer $30,315, but is now $50,315. So motion number 5, it's moved and seconded that the town appropriate $50,315 from free cash to the fiscal year 2018 reserve fund account 0194302. And motion number 6, moved and seconded the town appropriate $1,848 from free cash to the fiscal year 2018 vocational school budget account number 0136112. On behalf of the motions under Article 14, proponent, Town Manager, Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Together with the Finance Committee, we make these recommendations to town meeting. The large amounts hopefully are self-explanatory. I think as I mentioned in my opening remarks to the body that we had the experienced snowstorms, 4 of them through the month of March that kind of put our snow and ice budget a little bit out of whack for the fiscal year. So the first 2 amounts are to replenish the DPW accounts in those areas. And again, the others are hopefully self-explanatory. I'd be glad to answer any questions on them, Mr. Moderator.
On behalf of the motions as well, the Finance Committee, Ms. Allison.
Finance Committee voted favorable action on all of the motions 1 through 6. Just to clarify on motion number 5, as the moderator mentioned, we have requested that reserve fund replenishment be increased to $50,315,000. That's to reflect a $20,000 reserve fund transfer that came through after submitting the motion language to the print shop. And just to clarify as well on the background for the reserve fund transfers, while we have approved $50,315 since fall town meeting, I did want to clarify that another $100,500 was spent in September. That was replenished at fall town meeting, if you recall, last November. So we do currently have a balance of $349,685 in the account. By replenishing, that makes sure that we have the full $400,000 available to us in the event that a large unexpected expense arises between now and the end of the fiscal year. That will prevent all of us from having to come here for yet another evening. So we hope you'll support that. I believe that is everything that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The motions as presented to the town meeting under Article 14 is previously read by the chair. On motion number 1, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion number 1 passes. Motion number 2, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 3, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 4, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion number 5, motion passes. Motion number 5, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 6, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much. This brings us to Article 15. Under Article 15, an article presented to increase the fiscal year 2018 recreation enterprise budget is moved and seconded that further consideration of Article 15 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's indefinitely postponed. Article 16. Article 16 is a transfer of a small amount of money from free cash to pay bills incurred in prior fiscal years. These paying bills outside to prior fiscal years requires an extraordinary vote, which is not 9/10, Mr. Macorius informs me, but 4/5, or as we like to say in the Winchester Public School System, 8/10. So, under Article 16, brought by the town manager, it's moved and seconded. The town transferred $993 from free cash to pay the following bills that were incurred in prior fiscal years, and the vendors and the amounts are as set forth on page 24 of the motion booklet in front of you under Article 16. On behalf of that motion, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For services rendered, materials and/or services have been realized by the town. These are old bills that we've asked departments to clean up.
Thank you very much. And we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee. Ms. Allison.
Finance Committee voted favorable action.
So the all-important 4/5 vote. Don't try me on this, Mr. Conti. All those in favor? Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous. Thank you very much. Article 17, brought by the Energy Management Committee. Under Article 17, it's moved and seconded that the town transfer $7,500 from free cash for energy-saving projects for town buildings. On behalf of Article 17, brought by the Energy Management Committee. Energy Management Committee.
Susan McPhee, Precinct 3 Energy Conservation Coordinator for the town. The utilities give us money to do energy conservation work, and usually we get it upfront so we can take it off of our bill and pay a smaller bill. The utilities are in the process of changing that practice, and now they're going to give us money after the fact. So when we get a check, in this case $7,500, it goes into the general fund, and we would like to be able to then use it for energy conservation projects. So this article is the first of perhaps more in the future as the utilities change their practice and pay us after the fact.
Thank you very much, Ms. McPhee. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? Ms. Allison.
The Finance Committee voted favorable action.
And may we have a recommendation from the Select Board? Ms. Bencourt.
The Select Board recommends favorable action.
Motion comes before the town meeting under Article 17 as previously presented. A majority vote required. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 18. Under Article 18, brought by the town manager, it's moved and seconded that the town transfer from free cash $165,000 to supplement the Eversource account number 0397252 for the purpose of engineering, construction, and associated consultations pertaining to the location of the electric transmission lines in Winchester, as proposed by Eversource in accordance with its petitions to the Energy Facility Siting Board, Department of Public Utilities, EFSB 15-4 DPU 15-140, 141, and EFSP 15-3 DPU 15-6465. On behalf of the motion as presented, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As the town meeting may recall, there are two proposed transmission line projects, one of which we continue to fight, so to speak, under an appeal to the Supreme Judicial Court. That's the so-called 345 line that runs from Woburn across the top of Winchester over to Stoneham and then to Wakefield. This article does not deal with that. It deals with the so-called 115 kV line that runs from Everett and comes up through Medford, comes up through the town on Bacon Street and through Wildwood and up to Woburn off of Pond Street. The funds that are being requested here are for activities that, under a memorandum of understanding between us and Eversource, the town will be reimbursed for, but we're required to pay for the activities up front. We are proposing here that we begin a series of engineering efforts in and around the Winter Pond area and also at Main and Highland Avenue. So these funds would be used to bring consultations on board to begin with the analysis of those areas. And again, will be reimbursed by Eversource as part of its laying out of the transmission line in that area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? Ms. Allison.
Finance Committee voted favorable action. We did review a copy of the MOU, and the town special project manager provided us with a detailed breakdown of the $165,000.
Thank you very much. Further on the question, Article 18 is previously presented to the meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 19 and the all-exciting topic of other post-employment benefits. So it'd be a good time to get some nourishment, I think, before we wade into this. The Girl Scouts are out front. A reminder that precincts 7 and 1 need to meet. So we'll take a 10-minute break from 8:40 to 8:50, and we will come back at that time. The Celtics lost tonight, Wednesday night, back in Boston. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Spoiler alert, right?
Good evening once again, everybody. I'm Alan Iden. We are here at Winchester High School for the second session of Winchester's Spring Town Meeting. Town meeting's in recess at the moment, as you may have just heard. So let's recap what has happened so far this evening. We've raced through a number of articles. The main topic of conversation was Article 3, which was postponed from the last session. It was a citizen's petition to by Mrs. Johnson to limit the hours of construction within the town to 7 to 6 on weekdays, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays, 9 to 5 on Saturdays, and none on Sundays or holidays. She proposed the article referencing a lot of construction projects in her particular neighborhood up near the Medford line off Grove Street. Town meeting member Conti said he opposed the article because he said this would make construction projects last longer and cost more. We had an amendment proposed by Chris Nixon to exempt municipal projects. He questioned whether municipal projects would be exempt, such as construction of this high school. His amendment was to allow the building commissioner or the town engineer to permit, in addition to the police. The original the article as proposed, where the police would be enforcing this bylaw. After some discussion, that was defeated on a vote of 43 to 97. Another amendment proposed by Selectman Dave Rico was to exclude painting. Some people said that some of the painting process can be noisy using compressors. That was also failed. And in the end, the town meeting voted to pass Article 3 to limit hours of construction within the town. We also heard, by the way, the proponent of the article said she spoke with several construction companies. We also heard from some town meeting members who are involved in the construction business that this was not really a problem. This was normally outside the hours they would want to work anyway. Article 10 for disposition of some land at 22 Highland Avenue was postponed by request of the town manager until the next session on May 10th. Articles 11, 12, disposition of land on Waterfield Road and on Upper Main Street were indefinitely postponed by the town manager, by the request of the town manager. Article 13 to move $70,000 from free cash to the police detail fund was to cover uncollectible amounts for police details, some of them as old as 10 to 12 years. That was passed. Article 14 was several amounts of free cash to cover deficits in several accounts. That was passed. On Article 15, to increase the Recreation Department budget, was indefinitely postponed. Article 16, to appropriate $993 to settle some bills from a prior fiscal year, which has to be approved by town meeting, was approved. Article 17 was to take $7,500 from free cash for energy-saving projects. We heard that utilities, which used to advance this money for the projects, now reimburse the town after the projects are done. So there was a need for $7,500 in advance. And the last article before the break was an appropriation of $165,000 for engineering and other work regarding the Eversource line coming from Everett, the Everett generating plant to the Woburn substation, coming through several streets in town, including Main Street, and cutting through to Lake Street in Woburn. We heard that some of that money is going to be reimbursed. That is not the controversial 325,000 volt kilovolt line that is coming down through Woburn, or is proposed to come down through Woburn. So this article was also passed. Article 19 is coming up next. And we will be back in just a few minutes with our continuing coverage of Winchester's town meeting.
The town meeting will come to order, and the town meeting members will take their seats, please. No excuse now. The town meeting will come to order. This brings us to Article 19, brought by the Select Board. Under Article 19, it's moved and seconded that the town vote to accept Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 32A, as amended by Chapter 218, Section 15 of the Acts of 2016, to designate the treasurer as trustee of the OPEB liability trust fund established under said amended statute, and 3, authorize transfer of the balance of the current OPEB trust fund to the new OPEB trust fund established pursuant to Chapter 32A, Section 20, as amended. On behalf of the motion under Article 19, the Select Board. Mr. Golliboff from the Select Board. Mr. Golliboff.
The Select Board recommends favorable action. We are doing this to take the money that we've been setting aside for OPEB for many years into a trust fund now that that's becoming a pretty large amount. And then sometime after town meeting, we are going to take up the question of making an irrevocable trust document, which would give us some favorable standing from our auditing perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Golliboff. May I have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? Ms. Allenson.
Finance Committee voted favorable action as well.
Motion comes before the meeting on Article 19. The motion is previously presented. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 20. Under Article 20, to see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 71, Section 71F, relative to non-resident or foster care students. Under Article 20, it's moved and seconded that the town approve Article 20 as printed in the warrant and as set forth on page 28 of the motion booklet in front of you. On behalf of the motion under Article 20, the School Committee. Dr. Evans, on behalf of the School Committee. Certainly, thank you.
I think it's a safety.
The white light there? We'll work on it. Answering the question, how many lawyers does it take to turn off a light? More than one. Under Article 20, Dr. Evans.
Yes, the school committee is recommending indefinite postponement of this article.
Under Article 20, it's moved and seconded Article 20 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Any opposed? 20 is indefinitely postponed. 21, under Article 21, again presented by the school committee. See if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13E, with respect to establishing a reserve fund for special education, out-of-district tuition or transportation, or take any other action in relation thereto. It's moved and seconded. The town approve Article 21 as set forth in the warrant on page 29 of the motion booklet. On behalf of Article 21, the school committee, through the school superintendent, Dr. Evans. Dr. Evans.
Thank you. Articles 21, 22, and 23 all relate to special education costs and funding. Providing a free and appropriate public education to students with disabilities is a mandate of federal and state law. However, developing a budget for special education is very challenging. Because student needs change during the school year, some students with special needs may move to town and enroll after the budget has been set, and state funding for special education has been unpredictable. Circuit breaker reimbursement funds a portion of our district's extraordinary special education costs above $43,000 per student in the year following the services. For FY18, based on previous experience, we forecast circuit breaker reimbursement at 75%. This year's reimbursement rate was 10% lower and left us $100,000 in deficit. At the same time, we faced unanticipated costs for required special education testing, out-of-district tuition, and transportation. We've attempted to address this shortfall by transferring from other accounts, like savings in personnel, limiting spending, and leaving some positions unfilled, and deferring purchases. We've done all we can to address the projected special education shortfall, and at this time we need to access funds from the Special Education Stabilization Fund, which was established several years ago for this very purpose. At the time the Special Education Stabilization Fund was established, excess district funds were deposited to be used in the event of a budget shortfall. Since that time, the district has been fortunate not to have to tap into the $307,000 in the fund. In 2016, the Municipal Modernization Act recognized the need for districts to access in a more flexible manner reserve funds set aside for special education shortfalls, and provided towns with the ability to create a special education reserve fund that could be accessed in a flexible manner through a majority vote of school committee and select board. Article 21 asks the town meeting to create this reserve fund. Article 22 asks you support the transfer of the fund balance from the existing stabilization fund to the new reserve fund. The advantage of the new reserve fund is the district can access it in a more flexible manner instead of waiting for town meeting, and has the ability to access only what is needed to balance the budget, while at the same time ensuring necessary oversight of the process from the select board and the school committee. If Articles 21 and/or 22 fail to pass, the district seeks town meeting approval of Article 23 for an appropriation of $157,684 from the stabilization fund to address the projected FY18 special education deficit. Thank you for your consideration of these three articles.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans. I may have a recommendation for the Finance Committee, Ms. Allison.
The Finance Committee votes favorable action. This was actually the result in part of the budget advisory process that Finance Committee participates in with Dr. Evans and the school committee. We agree that the school committee needs a more flexible mechanism to be able to access these funds without coming to town meeting. And so this provides that opportunity, and as Dr. Evans mentioned, it still has the oversight of school committee and the select board requiring majority vote. The only other option, quite frankly, if these articles were to fail, would be for the school committee to come to the Finance Committee for a reserve fund transfer if in fact they had a budget shortfall between now and June 30th. That would require us then to take funds out of free cash, and we would not be accessing the funds that already exist in the stabilization fund. So for all of those reasons, we support this article.
Article 21 is previously presented to the town meeting. Yes, Ms. Pryor.
We missed the walk around mics. Michelle Pryor, Precinct 4. Lots of concerns with this article. I was part of the Finance Committee when the Special Education Stabilization Fund was created. It was set aside, yes, for unexpected out-of-district tuition or special education costs. However, were it not put into that fund, it would have reverted back to the general fund at that time. Other transfers in have been made at town meeting. Again, funds that would have reverted back to the general fund. So I guess when I look at these in their entirety, number one, this body no longer has the right to appropriate out of a fund that this body created in good faith to serve for those budget deficits. Article 22 indicates that there's $307,000 in the current stabilization fund. So I disagree with Ms. Allison that if we don't vote favorable action on Article 23, that you must go to free cash. $157,000 in Article 23 is certainly well covered under the current balance of $307,000. So for many reasons, not least of which is this body should be able to control funds that it put in that would be number one, my concern with Article 21. My concern with Article 23 is that there's no money other than free cash to fund a $157,000 deficit. There's clearly $307,000 available to fund a $157,000 deficit. So I don't have a question, I just have a comment, and I recommend unfavorable action on all three.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Further on the question? Yes, Ms. Allison, in response to the town meeting members' remarks as to the import of the articles.
So just to clarify, it would have to come with if a reserve fund transfer was used, then we would have to pull from free cash if all of these articles failed. So that's what I was getting at, is if we didn't choose to access the funding that was already available in the stabilization fund.
Yes. Follow-up, Ms. Pryor?
So I'm confused. If we don't use the money that's in the fund, we have to use $157,000 in reserve fund. So why is there not an article that said, and that's not for you, Ms. Allison, why is there not an article asking to expend from, in Article 22, to expend from the Special Education Stabilization Fund the amount of $157,000? That's not there. So we're going to move money into a fund that the school committee controls and then get more money to pay for another deficit when there's a balance available to fund it.
I think I actually understand this, so I'll give it a shot, and we'll let Dr. Evans correct me. So Article 21 is to end the stabilization account by creating the reserve fund. And then Article 22, if that reserve fund is created, is to take the stabilization account balance, the 307, and put it into the new reserve fund. If those two articles pass, then there'll be no, 23 will be indefinitely postponed. If those articles fail, then 23 requires the appropriation you're speaking to, the 157 from the stabilization account that currently exists.
Okay, that's appropriate clarification, thank you. But Article 21 can fail, and Article 22 could still expend for the purpose of $157,000. There still would exist a special education stabilization fund.
If 21 fails, what 22 does is it takes the balance in the stabilization account and moves it into the reserve fund.
No, that's if 21 passes.
If 21 passes, right.
Right, you just said if 21 fails.
Well, if 21 fails, there's no reserve fund to put the stabilization account into.
I understand that. And my point is, Article 23 then should be the motion.
Right, if 21 fails, then you,
But to
or
take it
22
from-
fails, you go to 23.
Okay.
That's, Dr. Evans, if you could
Right.
clarify everything wrong we've just said.
That was, you were correct. The ask is to have a more flexible system to access the, what's now stabilization or reserve funds. Because the timing is off in terms of appropriating tonight, we have to have an estimate of what our shortfall will be. If we had a more flexible system where a majority of the select board and the school committee would support the ask to take from the stabilization, it might be less than the 157,000 by the end of the year. And so if we were to have Article 23 pass and take the 157,000, then there's no way to replenish the reserve or the stabilization fund. All of that money comes out. We'd rather just ask for exactly what we need at the time when we need it. And with many weeks of school remaining, there still are unanticipated expenses. So it's just a timing issue in terms of the ask for the reserve versus the stabilization.
It's a timing and control ask.
No, I understand. Appreciate that.
Further than a question, majority vote required. The motion comes before the town meeting to establish the reserve fund as previously presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion passes. This brings us to Article 22. Under Article 22, it's moved and seconded that the town transfer the balance of the Special Education Stabilization Account to the newly established Special Education Reserve Fund. 2/3 vote required. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All those in favor, please rise, and the tellers will count. $22. 34. 39, 29. All those opposed, please rise. One. 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 What? Mr. Deering, did you have a count on the noes in your section? One. Okay, thank you. Got it. English major, had to go to law school. 128 town meeting members having voted, 124 in the affirmative, meets the 2/3 threshold, the motion passes. As I understand it, the result of that is that Article 23 will be indefinitely postponed. Under Article 23, it's moved to second to Article 23 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Opposed, motion passes. 23 is indefinitely postponed. This brings us to Article 24. Article 24 is the appropriation of the budget for the fiscal year 2019. The particular motions under Article 24 are as set forth on the yellow sheet, which is the fiscal year 2019 yellow sheet dated April 29, 2018. The budget appropriations and report are presented by the Finance Committee. On behalf of the appropriations, the Finance Committee. Through its chairperson, Ms. Allison. Ms. Allison.
All right, let's get this show on the road. As we look at fiscal year 19, we continue to face competing pressures as in years past. It is a challenge to maintain expenses in line with Proposition 2.5 expectations in a community that has limited commercial revenue, growing school enrollment, increasing competition for labor. As I shared last week, this is putting ever more pressure on our operating reserve balance. As always, the Finance Committee has spent months reviewing the details of the budget in an effort to find the right balance. We've met 17 times since the release of the town manager's proposed budget on February 15th. And Ms. Pryor, I want to remind you that we have an opening. We would love to have you come back with us. In addition, our subcommittees have met individually with each department head, and larger departments have presented to the full committee. We appreciate everyone's efforts to keep Finance Committee informed, and I'd like to thank the members of Finance Committee for their contributions to the process and commitment. Frankly, this was a frustrating year, as there were a number of really solid requests for incremental funding. But the Finance Committee did not believe that we could justify the added expenses with the heavy utilization of free cash and overlay surplus required to balance the budget this year. We were disappointed to not be able to support the police request for a drug enforcement officer, the school's request for a number of new programs like world languages or an out-of-district special ed coordinator, or the DPW's request for a facilities resource to focus on preventative maintenance of the significant equipment that we've invested in this building. All of these items were reasonable requests, but would have put us in an even more challenging financial position. The increase for the FY19 budget from last year is primarily driven by the projected increases in wages due to the previous renegotiation of contracts and increased health insurance premiums. For the purpose of these calculations, we've included the $275,000 of unallocated expenses that are related to Article 40. On the undistributed budget, we've also included $200,000 of OPEB contribution. Let's look a little deeper at the expenses for FY19. As I mentioned, the majority of the 2.5% municipal budget increase is driven by wage increases. Police, fire, and DPW all see increases in personal services. The town clerk increase is driven by the anticipated increased number of elections, or a total of 3 elections in fiscal year 19. And the Finance Committee chose to increase the legal budget based on the historical spend and the new contract with Anderson and Krieger. As if you recall, a few moments ago, we voted an incremental $50,000 transfer for FY18 So we're hopeful that the 25,000 increment for FY19 will be enough. Undistributed expenses will grow by more than 6%, mainly due to the increase in health insurance premiums, which are up 11.5%. Contributory retirement expenses, which increased due to wage increases and a reduction to the discount rate, also had an impact, along with FICA and Medicare tax. This was only slightly offset by the decreased energy budget, thanks to savings at the high school and reductions in workers' comp based on recent trends. Unfortunately, the reduction in the OPEB spending is a sign of lack of available funds this year and not a reduction in need. Recognizing that the school's budget is really voted as one number, we appreciate that the superintendent and the school committee are transparent and engage with finance committee during the budget advisory process. An additional thanks to Ellen Whitmore, the school department CFO, for providing a lot of information throughout the process. For the school's budget, the largest increase is, like on the municipal side, due to salary adjustments. The remaining increases for funding additional amounts in special ed and transportation. Finance Committee recommends that the town manager requested increase for schools of 4.76% be accepted instead of the additional school committee request. Vocational expenses are slightly lower than what was included in the Finance Committee budget book, as we received some updated enrollment and tuition information from Northeast and Minuteman. So we see a slight savings there of $25,000 versus what we were originally looking at for FY19 and what we incurred for FY18. Article 25 appropriates money to the capital and building stabilization funds as bonds that are not excluded by Proposition 2.5 mature and debt service from the general fund declines. That amount is transferred to the capital stabilization fund in an effort to maintain a level amount of spending on capital. The Energy Champion rebate takes a portion of the energy savings from capital projects and reallocates it to the building stabilization fund to pay for the debt service on the project, which created the energy savings. In this case, it is for the 2012 boiler at the Morocco School. Article 26, also on the yellow sheet, is for funding the water and sewer enterprise. FY19 is a level funded budget and basically flat compared to last year. Article 27, also on the yellow sheet, is for funding the recreation enterprise. FY19 is also level funded, and as in years past, the rec department is asking for a $175,000 subsidy for the enterprise. As the FY19 budget comes together, we will require an increased amount of free cash usage, just over $1.7 million to fund the annual budget plus $100,000 for maintenance. In addition, the Board of Assessors voted to release $465,000 from the overlay account to the overlay surplus account. Finance Committee has included these funds to balance the FY19 budget, which will be voted as part of Article 42. The total usage of free cash and overlay surplus funds for FY19 is almost $2.3 million, up significantly from the $963,000 that was required for FY18. In terms of reserves, the usage of free cash in the FY19 budget exceeds the expected replenishment. In addition, the use of free cash for town meeting articles results in further reduction in the amount of free cash. As always, these numbers are based on estimates that may change as the year progresses. We should continue to seek out opportunities to save costs and increase revenues. As mentioned last week, the Finance Committee will continue to work with the Select Board and other committees on the longer-term financial plan, and we look forward to sharing more of that at Fall Town Meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Allison. So under Article 24, the first two motions are to transfer funds into the stabilization funds established by the town meeting quite some time ago. Those motions require a 2/3 vote. So under motion number 1, going up the yellow sheet, it's moved and seconded the town appropriate and transfer $2,746,348 into the building renovation reconstruction stabilization fund. All those in favor? Opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning 2/3 threshold. Motion number 2, it's moved and seconded the town appropriate and transfer $1,187,605 into the capital improvement stabilization fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning 2/3 threshold. This brings us to Article 24, fiscal year 2019 operating budget motions. There is for each category a total, the breakout of personnel expense and equipment, and a page number reference. The page numbers are to the tan-covered book, Town of Winchester Finance Committee report, which you can refer to. So, motion number 3, it's moved and seconded that the amount of $704,691 be appropriated to account number 1210, Town Manager, of which $613,041 for personnel expenses, $91,650 to expenses, of which $10,000 of these amounts will be appropriated from the parking meter fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 4, it's moved and seconded, $157,311 be appropriated to account number 1520, Human Resources, $134,161 to personnel, $23,150 to expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 5, it's moved and seconded, the amount of $6,000 be appropriated to account number 1310, Finance Committee, of which $3,500 for personal expenses, $2,500 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Under motion number 6, it's moved and seconded, the amount of $363,111 be appropriated to account number 1330, Comptroller, of which $353,311 is for personal, $9,800 for expenses, of which, of these amounts, $5,000 would be appropriated from the parking meter fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 7, moved and seconded, $252,828 be appropriated to account number 1340, Assessor, of which $205,078 for personnel, $47,750 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 8, it's moved and seconded, $453,650 be appropriated to account number 1350, Collector Treasurer, of which $319,402 for personal, $134,250 for expenses. Of these appropriations, $25,000 will be appropriated from the parking meter fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to motion number 9. It's moved and seconded, $100,000 be appropriated to account number 1360, Audit, of which $100,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 10 is moved and seconded, $635,532 be appropriated to account number 1530, Information Technology, of which $112,244 for personnel, $523,288 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 11, moved and seconded, $516,943 be appropriated to account number 1412, Engineering, of which $438,853 for personnel, $78,090 for expenses. Of these appropriations, $10,000 will be appropriated from the parking meter fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion 12 is moved and seconded, $358,525 be appropriated to account number 1413, Building and Zoning, of which $330,390 for personnel, $28,135 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 13, moved and seconded, $53,999 be appropriated to account number 1415, Conservation Commission, of which $51,864 for personnel, $2,135 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 14, moved and seconded, $140,435 be appropriated to account number 1420, Planning Board, of which $98,835 for personnel, $41,600 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 15, moved and seconded, $375,000 be appropriated to account number 1510, Legal, of which $375,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 16, moved and seconded, $140,275 be appropriated to account number 1540, General Services, of which $140,275 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 17, moved and seconded, $399,108 be appropriated to account number 1610, Town Clerk, of which $330,358 for personnel and $68,750 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to items under Culture and Recreation. Under motion number 18, it's moved and seconded that the amount of $1,943,689 be appropriated to account number 6110, Library, of which $1,523,469 is for personnel, $405,220 is for expenses, and $15,000 is for equipment. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to motion number 19, moved and seconded, the amount of $18,300 be appropriated to account number 6940, Archival Center, of which $18,300 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to motion number 20. Under motion 20, it's moved and seconded, $12,000 be appropriated to account number 6941, Historical Commission, of which $1,500 be appropriated for personnel, $10,500 be appropriated for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to the accounts under Health and Social Services. Motion number 21. It's moved and seconded. The amount of $352,523 be appropriated to account number 5110, Board of Health, of which $262,342 is for personnel, $90,181 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to motion number 22. It's moved and seconded. $277,000 be appropriated for account number 5410, Council on Aging, of which $268,130 for personnel, $8,870 for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 23, moved and seconded. The $45,274 be appropriated to account number 5420, Veteran Services, of which $9,207 for personnel and $36,067 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to the motions under Public Safety. Motion number 24. It's moved and seconded. The amount of $4,935,745 be appropriated to account number 2110, Police Department, of which $4,638,195 is for personnel, $222,550 is for expenses, and $75,000 is for equipment. Of this appropriation, $77,000 shall be appropriated from the parking meter fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 25, moved and seconded. The amount of $5,076,549 be appropriated to account number 2210, Fire Department, of which $4,757,559 is personnel, $265,490 is for expenses, $53,500 is for equipment. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to account number 26. Moved and seconded. The amount of $9,761 be appropriated to account number 2420, Weights and Measures, of which $7,739 is for personnel, $2,020 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Moves us to motion number 27, Department of Public Works. Under motion number 27, it's moved and seconded. The amount of $6,609,196 be appropriated to account number 4100, Department of Public Works, of which $4,313,216 is for personnel, $2,276,480 is for expenses, $19,500 is equipment. With respect to these appropriations, $70,000 will be appropriated from the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund and $25,000 from the Parking Meter Fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 28 is moved and seconded. The amount of $400,000 be appropriated to account number 4171, DPW Snow and Ice, of which $123,300 is for personnel, $251,700 is for expenses, and $25,000 is for equipment. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to the motions under the category Education. Speaking to the education budget tonight, Chris Nixon, the Vice Chair of the Winchester School Committee, and following Mr. Nixon, Dr. Judith Evans, the Superintendent of Schools. On motion number 29, Mr. Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Everybody hear me okay? I rise tonight with some introductory remarks on the FY19 education budget, which are something of a departure from our usual practice. For rather than speak to one budget number you have in your yellow sheet tonight, I'm going to share several figures developed by the school committee, figures that have dropped successively with each round of discussion and a clearer realization of our limited resources, but importantly, figures that with each cut ruled out significant program improvements or services that the school committee determined were in fact essential for next school year. I share with you this budgetary evolution tonight, if you will, not to sustain a motion to amend, but rather to underscore the message delivered under Article 1 here last week, that we are unable to maintain our services without changes in our revenue stream. For example, after a world language curriculum review that started last year and included student and parent surveys with strong support in the fall, the superintendent recommended to the school committee in early January an FY19 expansion of world language to 6th grade, including French, Italian, Mandarin, and Spanish. The cost, just over $150,000, yet the school committee opted not to include this in its budget. This is not because we failed to see the value of an expanded world language program, but because we already understood by late January that rising healthcare costs were having a significant impact on available resources and that other even more essential improvements or initiatives would be difficult to support. So on January 23rd, your school committee voted a budget increase of 5.5%. This included, among other things, 2 full-time positions to expand our social and emotional wellness program, an extra teacher for our K-5 enrollment growth that you've heard from me ad nauseum in our master plan presentations, and a full-time special education out-of-district coordinator. In this budget, there was no expansion of world language to 6th grade. A couple of weeks later, Mr. Howard released his recommended town manager budget of $50,272,000 and change, and we saw at that time a delta of just under $370,000. So, why describe this delta in the proposed FY19 budget if we're not here to make a motion to amend and if we're not seeking a floor fight tonight? Simply put, we are drawing on significantly more free cash to balance the operating budget than in years past. As town meeting is well aware, the Select Board's free cash policy serves us well, both with favorable borrowing rates as we take on significant capital bonding and also as a welcome safety net. And in April, we were discouraged to learn that the House Ways and Means Committee cut Winchester's Chapter 70 funding for FY19 by over $230,000 from what had been proposed by the governor's office. This news came as a surprise to us, and we appreciate that the Finance Committee has, in essence, held the education budget harmless, opting to absorb this with free cash. With this news in hand, your new school committee voted 2 more budget reductions in April, arriving at a recommended increase of just under 5%, albeit with more difficult decisions over essential programs and services and increased fees to students and families. For more detail on these revisions, please refer to the Finance Committee's written report to town meeting, particularly pages 12 and 13. In the end, the committee felt the message behind the gap was more important to share than our diminished returns towards closing it. This year, with sharp increases in healthcare costs, lower than projected state aid, and consequently a larger than usual draw on free cash, there is little to no room for the budget compromise that we've enjoyed with FinCom in years past. However, the school committee has some concern that voting to accept FinCom's figure ahead of Article 24 tonight may send the wrong message. Considering that our budget is a fiscal expression of our mission, values, and priorities, we question if it's intellectually honest to vote a lower budget figure, which may be interpreted now and quite possibly later as the school committee ultimately getting everything it asked for. We see some value in highlighting tonight the budget gaps that exist between what the school committee voted and what is available, as a way to underscore the very thoughtful remarks made by Mr. Betancourt, Ms. Allison, Ms. Verdicchio, and Mr. Howard last week under Article 1. We can no longer kick the can of an override discussion for not just the school department, but police, fire, DPW, town hall, all our municipal departments, which have been increasingly pressured to do more with less. The time has come to have a community conversation about the level of municipal services and infrastructure that we have enjoyed, which we expect to continue, and how we plan to pay for it. The school committee hopes that in highlighting the FY19 budget gap in education, we begin to lay the important foundation for this conversation. And now I'd be pleased to turn it over to our superintendent of schools, Dr. Judith Evans, to share with you more detail of what is both in and out of the FY19 budget. Dr. Evans.
I think it's important when we're asking for an allocation of $50 million to tell you a little bit about the district, how it's changed over the last year, what our hopes and dreams are for the future, and what we're able to accomplish in the existing budget. I think it's important to remember that we are entrusted with a duty to cherish our 4,700 plus students, and you can see from this chart that our enrollment continues to grow at all levels to some degree, with a lot of the individual classes approaching the 400 student mark. We heard tonight about the gaps that the available resources will not allow us to address, but I think that it's important also to celebrate our many successes. We are an increasingly diverse district, and we celebrate that diversity. As you can see, we are now 73% white, 17% Asian, slightly above 1% African American, 3.4% Hispanic, and 5% of our students identify as multi-race. This brings tremendous diversity and richness to our schools, and we cherish our growing diversity. But we're also diverse in other ways. Over 15% of our students didn't learn English as a first language, and 3.5% of our students have to receive services in order to access the curriculum and gain English language skills. Nearly 17% of our students have diagnosed disabilities. About 25% of our students are what the state calls high needs, falling into one or more of these categories. About 5% of our students are economically disadvantaged and receive free or reduced price lunch. So you can see that we have many challenges, but with those challenges come opportunities to enrich the experiences of our students, to ensure that our students gain skills in appreciating and celebrating the richness that the cultural changes bring to Winchester. So we talked a little bit about our needs and the overall budget increase, which is 4.93% as voted by the school committee. Most of that is personnel. We have amazing teachers, and frankly, they are underpaid in comparison to any of the like communities. Just in 1 week, the pictures identified on the screen show our students winning state or national awards at Junior Statesman, Bot Ball, Classical League, and Real World Design Challenge. I could show you as many pictures across the district every week. Our students are incredible because they come from incredible families and have strong community support, but they're taught by excellent teachers and coached by wonderful athletic coaches and co-curricular activity advisors. We're asking for very limited staffing changes next year, slight enrollment-related increases. Our high school will have nearly 1,400 students next year. Most of our increases come in mandated special education. We're adding 3 new sub-varsity coaching positions because we have so many students participating in athletics that we require more coaches for safety reasons. Our non-personnel proposed budget elements are really focused again on special education. We've reduced from FY18 a couple of categories and had a very slight increase in technology. We're not keeping pace with our plan to increase our base budget for technology for replacement devices. And so you can see very, very modest increases on the expense side. Special education, out-of-district tuition and transportation really make up the majority of the expense changes. And this was a very painful decision by school committee to seek new fee revenue, nearly $100,000, by increasing preschool tuition, increasing the athletic fee, and increasing transportation fees. The things that are not in this budget that really are about $1 million worth of asks. We will be looking to come before you next year, we hope, with an operational override so that we can fund some of these essential initiatives, including wellness initiatives at the elementary level and at the high school level, special education additional services, technology support at the middle school, and the world language program improvement, and important professional development support for teachers. These are things that have appeared in my budget for the last 3 years. Most of them have been unfunded because we lack the resources. These are things that an operational override would allow us to address. We implemented, thanks to you, full-day kindergarten through the help of the bridge loan. It did bring in tremendous increase in state aid. One of the things that we aspire to do with the full-day K program is to provide more additional TA support, teaching assistant support. That's another ask I think that we'll see in the FY20 budget. So to conclude, I don't think we say this enough. Thank you. Thank you from our students, our teachers, our administrators, our staff members. We are incredibly blessed with terrific facilities, great teachers, and amazing students. And without your support, none of that would happen. And so in advance, we thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans. Further on the question, motion comes before the town meeting. It's moved and seconded. Motion number 29 to appropriate. Yes, Ms. Von Mary.
A question and possibly a follow-up. Can you, if we increase the school budget, where is that money coming from? It's more directed probably to FinCom. How do we balance that budget if we were to increase
The town meeting member's question is, if the school budget were increased, what would be the source of that revenue?
It would be additional funds from free cash.
And how much do we have sitting currently in free cash to the town?
I will defer to our comptroller. Yes, before or after we vote all this money is the question. So
Down,
what I
down to your last $8 million.
Yeah, what I can offer is with everything included tonight, including the articles, our reserve balance drops down to about 8.75%. And then as you saw, the projection for next year is below the 6% threshold.
In response to this, how many members' question about the balance of free cash?
Well, before tonight's articles that we have, it's, there's 6.5 million left in free cash. This doesn't incorporate any of the articles tonight.
Thank you very much.
Can I speak for a moment?
Yes.
So, most people who know me know that I am in favor of an override to come through. I am very vocal on it. Proposition 2.5 took place in 1980, and the town has had only one override. That was done in 2002, and it was meant to last 10 years. We are now well past that time, and we have done a tremendous job holding the budget without having to go for an override. At this point, however, at the same time, our schools are getting hit very, very hard, and we are falling behind on certain things. And there's one thing I am very passionate about, and that is actually the world languages. We currently do not teach our students Mandarin. It is not an option. And as noted, the school committee chose to hold back. They all, I believe, and I don't want to speak for them, most of them are all in favor of having world languages start in 6th grade, but we currently are not doing that for our students, and it is such a shame. And so I would like to make a motion to increase their budget by $153,711 to bring world languages to the 6th grade and also include the Mandarin in there. Thank you.
The motion's been made and seconded to increase the school budget, motion number 29, by the amount of $153,711. The speaker referenced the World Languages Program. The way the school appropriations work is that our ability to direct those funds is simply to make an appropriation. How the funds are expended is up to the school committee. So the motion needs to be limited to the increase in expenditures and the note that the intent and that it does correspond to the reported budgeted amount. But the allocation of those amounts will ultimately be up to the school committee as required by the general laws in the Commonwealth. So a motion's been made to amend Article 29, and that motion is to amend Article 29 by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $153,711. Motion to amend made and seconded. On the motion to amend, Mr. Conti. Mr. Conti, the town meeting member, makes the point that although there's only been one operating override, there have been numerous debt exclusion overrides, which evidence the town's consistent support for the school system, and further makes the point that the school committee has elected not to seek this increase, and that the town meeting would be appropriately deferential to the decision of the school committee in that regard. Further on the question, on the motion to amend. Motion comes before the town meeting on the motion to amend to increase the appropriation under Article 29 by $153,711. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Motion to amend fails. Main motion comes before the town meeting under motion number 29. It's moved and seconded the amount of $50,272,465 be appropriated to account number 3110, education, of which $50,272,465 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Moved and seconded Under motion number 30, that the amount of $248,638 be appropriated to account number 3610, vocational education, of which $248,638 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to the category undistributed. Motion number 31 is moved and seconded. The amount of $2,225,905 be appropriated to account number 1910 energy, of which $2,225,905 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 32 moved and seconded. The amount of $4,800,073 be appropriated to account number 9110 contributory retirement, of which $4,800,073 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 33, moved and seconded. The amount of $300,000 be appropriated to account number 9120, workers' compensation, of which $300,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 34, moved and seconded. The amount of $75,000 be appropriated to account number 9130, unemployment compensation, of which $75,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Moved and seconded. Motion number 35, that the amount of $11,215,000 be appropriated to account number 9140, health insurance, of which $11,215,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 36, moved and seconded. The amount of $960,000 appropriated to account number 9150, Medicare tax, of which $960,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Is there some reason, Ms. Allison, why we need to bring motion number 37, which is appropriating zero? We do not. Thank you. Motion number 38, moved and seconded. The amount of $400,000 be appropriated to account number 9430 reserve fund, of which $400,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Motion number 39. Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 39 is moved and seconded. The amount of $396,000 be appropriated to account number 9450, general insurance, of which $396,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 40 is moved and seconded. The amount of $38,000 be appropriated to account number 9460, environmental remediation, of which $38,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. Motion number 41 moved and seconded. The amount of $200,000 be appropriated to account number 9623, transfer out to other post-employment benefits trust fund 9389, of which $200,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. The funded debt motions, starting with motion number 42. Mr. McCory, so these 2/3 motions or just majority motions? Yeah. Thank you. These motions require a 2/3 vote for approval. Motion number 42, it's moved and seconded. The amount of $7,676,565 be appropriated to account number 7110, funded debt principal, of which $7,676,565 is for expenses. Of this appropriation, $380,000 will come from the Capital Stabilization Fund, $1,870,850 from the Building Stabilization Fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous, meeting the 2/3 threshold. Motion number 43 is moved and seconded. The amount of $5,120,650 be appropriated to account number 7120, funded debt interest, of which $5,120,650 is for expenses. Of this appropriation, $133,181 will be from the Capital Stabilization Fund, $569,234 from the Building Stabilization Fund. All those in favor? Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous, meeting the 2/3 threshold. This brings us to the motions under capital. Under capital, motion number 44, it's moved and seconded. The amount of $100,000 be appropriated to capital deferred maintenance, of which $100,000 is for expenses. This appropriation, $100,000 will be from free cash. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 45, moved and seconded. The amount of $100,000 be appropriated to the carriage house, of which $100,000 is for expenses. $100,000 of this appropriation will be from the Building Stabilization Fund. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous, meeting the 2/3 threshold. Motion number 46, moved and seconded. $125,000 be appropriated to the public safety radio for the first of 4 years. $125,000 to equipment. Of this appropriation, $125,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous. Motion passes, meeting the 2/3 threshold. Motion 47 is moved and seconded. $350,000 be appropriated to DPW roads and sidewalks, of which $350,000 is for expenses. Of this appropriation, $220,000 will be from general fund revenues and $130,000 from the capital stabilization fund. 2/3 vote required. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair to close vote unanimous, meaning 2/3 threshold. Motion number 48 is moved and seconded. $60,000 to be appropriated to DPW Highway Truck 15. $60,000 is appropriation from the capital stabilization fund, requiring a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning 2/3 threshold. Motion number 49 is moved and seconded that $45,000 be appropriated to the engineering truck. $45,000 is amount from the capital stabilization fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning 2/3 threshold. Motion number 50, $85,000 be appropriated to DPW trailer, of which $85,000 is from the capital is for expenses and from the capital for equipment from the capital stabilization fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning 2/3 threshold. Motion number 51, moved and seconded, $90,000 be appropriated to DPW mini front end loader. $90,000. This amount be appropriated from equipment to equipment. $90,000 from the capital stabilization fund, requiring 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning 2/3 threshold. Motion 52, $130,000 be appropriated to water and sewer dump truck. $130,000 from water and sewer retained earnings. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous. Motion number 53, cemetery tree pruning and planting. It's moved and seconded that $25,000 be appropriated to expenses. Of this amount, $25,000 will be appropriated from the cemetery trust fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous. Motion number 54, it's moved and seconded that $45,000 be appropriated to the cemetery Palmer Street fence. $45,000 for expenses. $45,000 is appropriation from the cemetery trust fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous. This brings us to the motions under Article 25. See if the town will vote to appropriate a sum or sums of money to the Capital Stabilization Fund and the Building Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002, or take any other action in relation thereto. Under Article 25, motion number 1, it's moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate $763,785 to the Capital Stabilization Fund under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002. And I believe, Ms. Allison, you spoke to this motion in your main remarks. Motion number 1 is presented to the town meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning the 2/3 threshold. Motion number 2 is moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate $30,000 to the Building Stabilization Fund under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares vote unanimous, meaning the 2/3 threshold. This brings us to Article 26. Under Article 26, brought by the Finance Committee, motion number 1 brings us back to the yellow sheet under the category Water and Sewer. It's moved and seconded that $9,458,878 be appropriated for the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, of which $1,306,938 is personal services and $8,151,940 is for expenses, and that $1,329,938 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, raising a total of $10,780,816. Motion comes before the town meeting as presented. All those in favor? Yes, the town controller has a clarification. Thank you. The comptroller points out that with respect to motion number 1 on Article 26, the motion raising a total of $10,780,816 with respect to the appropriation of $9,458,878, $5,600,864,000 of those amounts will be from water and sewer receipts, $371,097 from retained earnings, and $4,808,855 from the property tax levy in accordance with Chapter 110 of the Acts of 1993. Motion comes before the town meeting as restated. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 27. Under Article 27, an article presented by the Finance Committee. Majority vote required, motion number 1 under the yellow sheet. It's moved and seconded that $1,722,225 be appropriated for the Recreation Enterprise Fund, of which $1,149,225 is for personal services, $573,000 is for expenses, and that $335,811 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Recreation Enterprise Fund, raising a total of $2,058,036 of the appropriation of $1,722,225, $1,149,225 is for personal services, $573,000 for his expenses, $1,775,000 of these amounts be appropriated from the recreation program receipts, $175,000 from the town's tax levy, and $108,036 from retained earnings. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 28. Article 28 is brought by the town manager. Under Article 28, it's moved and seconded as set forth on page 36 of the motion booklet that the town fix the maximum amount that may be spent during the fiscal year 2019, beginning on July 1, 2018, for the revolving funds established in Winchester's bylaws for certain departments, boards, committees, agencies, or officers in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2, as follows. The revolving funds, the departments, and the fiscal year 2019 spending limits are as set forth with particularity on page 36 of the motion booklet in front of us. On behalf of the motion under Article 28, its proponent, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. These figures should look very straightforward. They're virtually the same amounts that come before town meeting in just about every year. Format is a little bit different. If you recall, we established the bylaw in the fall, and these amounts are now set by town meeting for expenditures out of these accounts.
Thank you very much. When we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee, Ms. Allison.
Finance Committee voted favorable action.
Majority vote required. Motion comes before the town meeting on previously presented under Article 28. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 29. Under Article 29, it's moved and seconded that the town authorize the treasurer with the approval of the town manager and the Board of Selectmen to borrow money. It should state the select board there. That the town authorize the treasurer with the approval of the town manager and the select board to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of revenue or borrowing for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2018, in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 4 as amended, and to issue a note or notes, therefore, payable within 1 year, and to renew any note or notes as may be given for a period of less than 1 year, in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 17. On behalf of the motion is proponent, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. Fairly straightforward article that you see every year. I can answer any questions on it.
We have a recommendation from the Finance Committee, Ms. Allison.
Finance Committee voted favorable action.
Motion comes before the town meeting as previously read by the chair on Article 29. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 30. Under Article 30, brought by the Select Board, it's moved and seconded that the town be authorized to accept and expend funds from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Transportation for maintenance, repair, alteration, relocation, and other improvements to town ways and/or purchases of equipment, acquisition of easements, and payments of damages and expenses in connection therewith, and to authorize the transfer and use for said purposes of any unused balances. On behalf of the motion, its proponents, the Select Board.
We do not currently have the so-called Chapter 90 number from the Commonwealth as of this date, but we expect it to be similar to the amount that was authorized last year, roughly $520,000 to $530,000 that'll be added to the money previously appropriated to the DPW for road and sidewalk work throughout the town.
We have a recommendation from the Finance Committee. Ms. Allison.
Finance Committee voted favorable action. We will happily take other people's money.
Motion comes before the town meeting on Article 30 as previously presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 31. Under Article 31, brought by the Educational Facilities Planning and Building Committee, it's moved and seconded that $130,506.91 is appropriated for the construction of Phase 1 of the McCall Middle School expansion project, including all costs incidental or related thereto, which sum shall be in addition to the funds appropriated under Article 32 of the November 13th, 2017 fall meeting, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow $105,000 under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, or other enabling authority, that any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of costs or issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount, and further, the $25,506.91 of this appropriation shall be funded by the unexpended bond proceeds set forth below, for which the project is complete and for which no liability remains. That the Educational Facilities Planning and Building Committee, EFPBC, is authorized to have oversight of said project, and that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Winchester Home Rule Charter, the town manager shall have authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to said project. And the account number of the unexpended project, the Lincoln Elementary School, the original article, and the balance are set forth with particularity on page 40 of the motion booklet. Article 31, brought by the EFPBC through its chairperson, Mr. Deering. Mr. Deering. Easy for you to say, Charles.
I'm smiling
You're on
now,
the way out of town.
Town meeting members, and I come before you tonight to request some additional funds for the Phase 1 project of the McCall Middle School. As has been stated back in the November fall town meeting, this board appropriated approximately $1.4 million for Phase 1. Subsequent to that vote, we went out to bid, and the bids come in a little higher than we expected. And because the master plan calls for these 3 additional fit-out classrooms at McCall to be online in September, we need to basically start right away. So, and we can't sign a contract unless we have an appropriation for that money. So what they did, or we did, not they, but we did was we used the money from the contingency fund to be able to sign the contract. We also took a small amount of from the Finance Committee's reserve fund so that we could sign the contract. So now all the funds were expended for that project, so we had no contingency fund. And like the old saying says, you can never be too thin or too rich. Well, you can never have too much, to some extent, contingency money after you assess your risk. So we're here tonight to ask to fund the contingency money that was used to sign the contract so that we can continue the project and hopefully provide the space that the school department needs in September of 2018. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deering. May we have a recommendation from the Select Board?
The Select Board recommends favorable action.
And from the Finance Committee? Bless you.
Finance Committee voted favorable action as well. While we certainly hope the funds aren't required, we do support the fact that there are contingency funds that may in fact be needed. We did, for what it's worth, we did consider whether or not a reserve fund transfer could accommodate the request. That's what reserve fund transfers are for, unexpected expenses. But in light of the construction timeline and some of the challenges of getting a FinCom quorum over the summer, we decided that this was probably a much safer route to go.
Motion comes before the town meeting on Article 31 as previously presented. 2/3 vote being required. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Chair declares the vote unanimous, meeting the 2/3 threshold. This brings us to Article 32. So just a brief narrative respite here. we have the Article 32, which involves the installation of lights at Skillings Field. Article 39, which is a article involving the water and sewer issues in Precinct 5, which has attracted some attention, and then personnel articles that we received a report on this weekend. So it's 10 past 10. We're not going to plow through the end of the meeting. We'll come back on Thursday for a session to clean these things up. So the issue for us now is to go to 10:30 and debate the Skillings Field light issues, or to save that for Thursday. Seems to be the sense of the meeting is adjournment. I think that's well taken. It's moved and second that we adjourn. We'll come back on Thursday, May 10th. Second, all in favor? We'll see you on Thursday. Thank you very much. No, I don't think so.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alan Iden. To see the second session of Winchester's Fall Town Meeting has just adjourned for the night. So let's recap what's happened tonight. Article 3 was the first article up, a citizen's petition.
Thank you very much.
Limit the number of hours of construction allowed in town to 7 to 6 on weekdays, 9 to 5 on Saturdays, and none on Sundays. Some restrictions could be, they would be enforced by the police, but there could be exceptions granted by the police for municipal projects. That passed. Articles 10, 11, and 12 were land disposition articles. Article 10 was postponed till Thursday. Articles 11 and 12 regarding land at Waterfield Road and Main Street were indefinitely postponed. Article 13 was to transfer $70,000 from free cash to cover uncollectible amounts in the police detail account. That was passed. Article 14 to transfer free cash to cover deficits in accounts. Again, sort of housekeeping articles was passed. An increase in the recreation budget, Article 15 was indefinitely postponed. Article 16 to pay bills, almost $1,000 from previous fiscal years was passed. Article 17 was to move $7,500 from free cash for energy saving projects because utility rebates are now paid after the fact, not before. Article 18 was $165,000, some of which will be reimbursed by Eversource for engineering and town issues related to the new 160 kV line from Everett to the Woburn substation. Not, and don't hold me to that 160, but that's not the high voltage line that is very controversial coming through from Woburn. So $165,000, that was passed. There was a recess. Article 19 for other post-employment benefits to establish a trust fund was passed. Dr. Evans talked about tuition reimbursement for special ed. That was indefinitely postponed. Article 20. Article 21 was to establish a reserve fund for special education tuition and transport. Dr. Evans said the costs for special education are very unpredictable, and there's a $100,000 deficit this year. So Articles 21 and 22 were to establish a reserve fund and transfer the money from what was a stabilization fund to the new reserve fund, so that the school department would not have to wait for town meeting action to cover these costs. Both of those were passed. Article 23, because those were passed, was not needed, was indefinitely postponed. Article 24 was the town's budget. The first motion were transfer 2.7 million to the building stabilization fund and 1.2 million to the capital stabilization funds, both established by town meeting. And then we went through the budget line by line. Recap was 4.6 million for general expense, general budget, 1.9 for culture, 0.6 for health and social services, 10 million for public safety, 7 million for DPW, 50 million for education, 20 million for undistributed, 12.7 million for debt service, and 1.1 million in capital. Total of $107.9 million budget. We heard from Chris Nixon, chairman of the school committee, who said the school department would be unable to maintain the programs without additional dollars. There was a 5.5% increase in the school budget this year. The state cut $233,000 from the education budget. And he said it's, in his words, time for a community conversation on a general override. Dr. Evans, school superintendent, commented that the school is educating 4,700 plus students. It was a very diverse and rich community. She mentioned that 15% of the students did not have English as a first language. There was a 4.93% increase in the budget, and is mostly personnel, although she said that Winchester teachers are generally underpaid. There are new fees being imposed, $100,000 or so, for transportation and athletic programs. Again, that budget was passed. There was an additional $763,000, Article 25, $763,000 capital stabilization, and $30,000 to building stabilization funds. Water and sewer budget, the enterprise fund. Again, enterprise fund meaning that the budget is paid out of the water and sewer fees. $9.4 million was passed. Same with the recreation department, $1.1 million for the enterprise fund for the recreation department. Article 28 imposed some limits on the spending in the revolving funds, $5,000 for the archival fund, set $95,000 for energy use fund, Board of Health clinics, $75,000, grass fields, $50,000, and synthetic fields, $50,000. Again, these are funds that generate income, and they spend the money out of the funds that are generated. All those were passed. Article 29, authorizing the treasurer to borrow, housekeeping article, in anticipation revenues was passed. Article 30, to accept funds from the state for roads, Chapter 90 funds, was passed. And Article 31, an additional $130,000 for Phase 1 of the McCall expansion. We heard from Bob Deering from the EFPBC saying that the bids came in slightly higher than they expected, and he wanted this money for the contingency fund. Again, hoping that the master plan calls for these classrooms to be available this fall. And that was where we ended up. That all those were passed. Article 32, the next article to be considered, is for lighting at the new synthetic field on Skillings Road, Charter Field. So that will be our next session of town meeting, which will be this Thursday night, the 10th. We will be back here covering it live. So we invite you to tune in. For all of us here at WinCam, here at the high school, and myself, Alan Nyden, thank you for joining us. Have a great night.